We are live and back with Satisfactory. I think my ear is plugged up or something. Not gonna lie, almost didn't stream tonight. Almost called it off. I was this close. Just tired. This week kicked my ass. Work and then dealing with Dumb and Dumber last night in freaking Schedule 1. You guys. What are you gonna do? But tonight, those streams with those guys are so chaotic, man. I can't even. I don't have time to read chat. I mean, I have a hard time reading chat when, you know, I have total control over the stream. Oh, you know how it is. But they're fun. You know, it's kind of like a roller coaster is fun. But do you really want to go on a roller coaster every day? I don't. All right, let me show you guys something. I've been working on this for like 2 weeks. Look at all these saves. Phase 4 tour video 6, P5, P4, P3, P2. Phase 4 tour video full. Oh no, the mod, I turned off the mod. I gotta turn the mods back on. I had to turn off a bunch of mods. P4, V2, P4, video 5, P3, P3, video 5, P2, V2. I mean, it just... It's been crazy. It's been crazy. I think my save file is a bit much. I think it is a bit much for the camera mod. I think I'm gonna be able to make it. Fix it, Cam. Let's turn on. I have no favorited mods. Okay, we gotta turn our mods back on. Is there a recent? All right. What do we have? I mean, obviously we had SkyUI. You have to reinstall that. Let's favorite that bad boy. Okay, and then the other one was inventory. We had, which one did we have? $300 by Minnow Dab, I think. What a mess. What a mess. We not installed because we're in the game? Probably. All right, where's my mods, boys? Go. Uh, 300 slots by Minnow Dab right there. All right. I told myself I would remember to reinstall these before I started my stream, and that didn't happen. Here we are, but I think we're all set. Huh. Are you excited for 1.2? What do you think it will bring to the game? It's hard for me to be excited about 1.2 because I don't know. Like, it depends on what's coming, right? Glad you're streaming tonight. Need to check your anxiety and my streams help. Well, I'm glad for that. I was hoping. I had not a small amount of anxiety myself. Not really like in the moment anxiety. I'm just generally kind of like, I have a lot going on. I have recently, me not playing Ashes really brought down the stress level, not because the game itself was stressy, just trying to fit the time that the game required into everything else. Into what else I'm trying to do was stressy. Plus, I dropped my Star Wars game that I'd been playing since like COVID. So that really opened up a lot of time. So that helped. But work is a bit crazy. And, like I said, I had that professional convention this week. And so I'm in a tie. I'm in a jacket. I'm freaking hot as shit. Like, but I did have a presentation this week. It was standing room only. Our topic was very much needed, and it was the first year that we did it. So I'm hoping that we continue it. We do it every year and kind of grow it. They needed to put us, we were put in like the medium room. We needed to be in the big room. We did. And, maybe next year. I think what I do is really important for that, my sort of industry or the surrounding industry. And I hope we continue to do it. So the games also started doing this, which is interesting. I get loaded and then it freezes for a few seconds after loading, which is fun. Really makes reloading a bunch of times to try to get that footage for the tour video take forever. Wow. Billison watch streak reached. Billison on Twitch is on a 55 stream streak. Unbelievable, man. 55 streams. He makes more of my streams than I do. That is awesome. Okay, so I'll continue to chat, do stuff, but let's try to remember what we were doing here. It'd help if we got rid of no, it just makes it dark. Problem is we don't have the sun shining over here. So we have to kind of refract lights. So we can see through the fog. But this is coming together. It's looking good. Does the steam in my mug look different to you? very much more in my face. Now it's gone. See that? You see that? Like just a second ago, there was a lot of steam coming out of the mug, almost a distracting amount. And then now there's none. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Well, you know, the front here of Arasaka Tower is coming together. I ended up making a slight mistake, I guess you could say. I still am not happy with how well I can see this. I almost need work lamps. It's just a slight difference in how the front of Arasaka Tower looks, but it's very subtle, and if I don't point it out, I don't think anybody would notice. Overall, we've definitely got the look here. If I can just find a lighting that I like. So let's see. What do we think? Do we think we should keep working the face, like the front wall, and do the entirety of the front wall, and then kind of do the sides and the back? I'm sort of feeling that way because I feel like the front wall is sort of by far the most important. I'm kind of leaning that direction. And we're also going to need some, let's get some infrastructure increases here. Definitely gonna have to go flashlight on today, I think. Let's bring our other tools online. I'm trying to kind of re-immerse myself in our project here. One of the problems with yeah, front first because of the lighting. Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. Thanks for pinging you yesterday. VOD was fun. Yeah, you're welcome. Let me see. I don't know why, but I'm not getting notified. I didn't hear that ping. You just check. Yeah, audio control via OBS. That looks good. Properties, audio control via OBS. Yeah. Check something here. That happened yesterday, or not yesterday, but last week. I missed a I missed a raid and I felt really bad. Me hear about 1.2, bad call. I don't have a lot to say about 1.2. I really don't. I'm interested in hearing more about it, but so far all I really know is the fluids, right? Yeah, my beacon link is crashing. No, it's on. I just can't bring it up, I guess. Where are you, beacon? Let me see. I don't know if I want to try to debug this live. Yeah, fluid trucks. Well, fluid trucks sound fine. The problem is I don't know enough details about some of this stuff out of 1.2 to really be able to judge, because the devil's in the details, right? Okay, fluid trucks, but like, what does that mean? How much can they move? Are they buggy? How do they work, right? Are they going to come with additional fluid? Hexafresh is rating with a party of 11. So it didn't ding for me, but I heard it, but I saw it luckily. So my dinger is broken. Welcome, and thank you for the raid, man. You were playing Satisfactory Plus. Very nice. Very awesome. Give you shout outs. We're just getting started here, honestly. Well and truly just getting started. I do have an interesting OBS PC2, LinkedIn 3. Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's why I wasn't hearing it. All right. Even without any dings. I think I fixed it. So how about this? Any raider, right? It's up to you, right? But if any raider would like to test to see if I fixed my problem by following me on Twitch, that would be helpful, right? Then I would know if it's working. All right, let's bring up some of our tools here. That is the schedule 1. We don't need that one. What do we need? We need phase 5 design. We need this one. That out of here. Okay, we needed this one. What else do we need? We have all of our pictures here. That content is no longer available. I guess we're just gonna get shit on. It worked. I fixed it. The peasants rejoice. All right, so this one here. We're bringing up all of our building materials here. Recent. You know what I really need? I just need this pasted back in. And then I was also using this picture. Copy. Paste. Thank you for confirming. Okay. So we've got that one going. And then we need this one for our measuring. Okay. So we've basically just built this down here. And only the front. What we really have to figure out next is where the beginning of this angle starts. Extra fresh, have a good stream, mate. I have to go close your eyes for a bit. All right, have a good one. Have a good one. I appreciate the raid, and I thank you for the follow. Warrenerm. Appreciate it. Let's see. Okie Sooners getting some popcorn, and Ray is here on YouTube. So I think we're finally cooking on all cylinders, guys. We are cooking. So we need a couple of things. We need to know where this edge is going to be. We basically need this corner. We're going to need this corner in all 3 dimensions. Now, this is in the wall plane, right? So if you're looking through the page, right? It's here. No, actually, it's here. All right. Right. And then we're going to need this corner, right? So we're going to need how far it is out, how far it is in to the center, looking from the front, and then how high up it is. Okay, I think that is a good question. Now, what's going on with this line here? Let's check. So, oops. Kind of hard to see. Looks like a cutout. Yeah, looks like a cutout there as well. Yeah, okay. Definitely this cutout here. So what I'm talking about is this point and this point. Right? We need these points next. And we'll also need where this cutout stops. So I'll have to figure out how to measure that. That's kind of what I'm looking for. And then we'll translate that into the game. Corathal is here. And Mark Warner. You're welcome, dude. Went to test it for you. I appreciate it. Sydney says, hi, Ken, Ray, and Oki. Those were the good old days. Right? Corathal, Oki, Ray, playing Ashes of Creation, Oki Sooner, Ninja looting my... It was a belt, I think. In that dungeon that I grew to hate. Good old days. We're not gonna be making the fish. So yeah, okay. That is what we're looking for. Oh, the Red Bull has arrived. The party can now begin, guys. Will that be another factory in the city? Yes. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make it a reality. And we've got a little bit of the beginning in. We did this in one day. And actually, we spent like an hour and a half the last stream before we got started on this. Fixing up these roads. So if I can kind of wrap my mind around our next steps here, should be able to get a lot done. All right. So what's my measuring point? I think my measuring point has got to be the bottom here. It's got to be this edge to there, and then in. Okay, so let's do this thing. And I do have a translator for pixels on this picture, which I'm gonna call 90. Nope, don't want that. So seven. I don't make the rules. All right, in-game meters. Let's call this 60, 42. All right. So it's 10 and a half in. It's not gonna work. $44. Okay, it's 11 in. Of the overpass road system. Oh, thanks. Yeah, these roads turned out pretty well, honestly. Plus, I like the integration of it into the building. I think it's gonna add something really cool. TwitchBot is trying to spam chief viewers. They're trying to get me to stream bot, guys. Little do they know, I don't care about extra viewer numbers, not at all. All right, 11 in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It doesn't seem like very much. May have to do a ratio. Yeah, see? Yeah, see? we're gonna need we better do this as a ratio. 80, we'll call it 85. 19. Okay, so 19 divided by 85. Okay, it's 22% in. Times 26. 6 in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Guess that's what we're gonna have to do. Must have had to move these around. But I'm gonna keep on keeping on. Then how many up? $15 up. Oh, I know why. I'm a dummy. I'm a dummy. It's not 11 in. I know why. I know why I screwed up. It's 11 whole walls in. That's 22. See how close it would be. 22. Ah. Okay, that makes me feel better. That makes me feel a lot better. I was worried. I counted halves. That first mark that I made down there that I just got rid of, that was only halfway because I needed to count 4 meter chunks and I was counting by 2 meters instead of by 4 meters. So I am happy going there instead. Right. There's better. All right. I feel better. I was worried that something was very much off, but it wasn't. Okay, let's try this again. How many walls up? 15. Technically, that should be a half a wall. It's our closest half. 14 and a half. Okay. You can do that. So 14. That's 10. Okay, so this right here is the start. Or should we say the last one? That's visible. It's that one. $21. 14 and a white one. $21. 14. Let's double check. Yep. White one. Okay. Now, what does that mark? That marks this spot here. All right. So on the outside of the mark, go all the way up. In fact, we have a blueprint for this. You only get to go to here. Welcome back, Okie Sooner. The popping of popcorn. Has been completed. I was just saying, Okie, who knew the good old days was, you know, playing Ashes of Creation at, you ninja looting my belt. What was the name of that stupid dungeon again that I hated? I liked some of the dungeons in Ashes. Didn't like that one. Seth. I hated Seth. I liked it later when, you know, when I didn't have Okie Sooner pulling a million enemies on me. I did have Melkor pulling enemies. Although, to be fair to Melkor, he was actually pretty good at that game. To be fair, those first few weeks in that phase was pretty fun. Okay. Now we need to construct the next 2 points. We need to locate the next 2 points. So hard to believe something that's so far along could appear to crash overnight. Yeah, it's sad. But I don't know. I got fun out of the game. I feel like I got my money's worth. Mikey is on a 20 stream streak. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mikey. You like Seth when you did it with a really controlled team? I know. Well, Inoki Sooner was basically a pug, so what are you gonna do? I give Oki Sooner shit, but he tried a new game and he didn't do too terrible. Mikey says, oh dude, I found the secret of having a smoking hot body and really old age. If my memory serves me right, it was something called cremation. Thanks. All right, next point we have to find. You got a lot of playtime for your money, so it was a good investment on dollars per hour basis. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Okay, so a couple of things. We need to measure this distance here. And then this vertical distance from there. And then the depth. All right, so. Okay, 56. This is Or's depth of end of large front angle. Height of end of large front angle, and then side depth of end of large front angle. A 258. All right, we'll call it 256. We'll do 260. That works. 256. Okay, side depth. $68. Okay. All right. So let's find the height first. It's 41 walls. Do it here. This is 6. 4 makes 10. 20. 30. 'And Oki Sooner with the $2 super chat. Thank you, man. Permanent pug. You wouldn't have been a permanent pug. Just didn't get to play enough. $30, $40, $41. Okay. Now, how far in? How far in? $18. Just remember, we have to double them. $6, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now, how far this way, right? Yes, from your screen, it would be how far that way. 11. There's our boy. He's the front face of the wall. Okay. Oh. Sorry, Korthal. Korthal was the one that did the super chat and calling Oki the permapug guy. It's true. Let's see. Mikey says, you got your first 500 series in bowling. I got 520, which is an average score of 173.3 per game. For me, that is really good. Nice. Real life 10-pin bowling. I used to be extremely good at Wii bowling. Granted, at the time I was wheelchair bound, and I used your armrest the wheelchair as a guide. Okay, nice. More of a spin guy. Nice. Well, Mikey, it's awesome that at one time you were wheelchair bound and playing Wii bowling, and you have graduated to real life bowling and are doing well, or better at least, physically. Ray has been a member for 19 months. Made you look. You did make me look. All right. 18 out. Here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Actually, let's count it this way. That line plus 1, 2, 3, 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4 more. Need 41. 30. 40. 1. Then 11 out. There's our boy. Okay. Oki really learned quickly. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I gave him hordes of shit at the time, which he absolutely deserved. But MMOs are not easy. That's what makes them fun. You know, and he jumped in, didn't hesitate. I can respect that. Okay. I think we build off the face here. Starting point. Okay. All right. Now let's do the parallel angle. needs to be this point. Not parallel, but perpendicular, which is opposite of parallel. I guess parallel to our verticality, I suppose. Parallel and perpendicular relative terms. That line up perfectly. It does. Crap ton of those. All right, how do I do this? This is not going to be easy. I'm used to it. Kin's sincere voice sounds extremely similar to his asshole voice. It's not true at all. Well, okay. Yeah, it's probably true. Open the next SAT update. You can place signs directly onto splitter mergers. That'd be cool. Mikey says, not gonna lie, AOC did make me feel extremely special when I was playing the Bard, especially when I was told to stop using a skill because I was causing so much unfair influence. Yeah, no, I was kind of as we're reminiscing about AOC days, Mikey was shockingly good at Bard. Now, to be fair, Mikey, the reason you were told to stop using a skill is less because you were good at playing Bard and more so because of how important Bard was in general. But you're not wrong. How are we gonna do this, guys? How are we gonna make this? This edge right here. I think we have to do vertical. I think I'll have to do maybe a cornered one. And then this edge is going to have to be a bunch of verticals. Off of the same angle here, and then they just end where needed. Okay. They just, yes. Okay, we're getting there. I can do this. Maybe delete this one. Delete this one. The thing with Bard always was, it was so impactful, but very few people played it the way it was supposed to be played. They just did the main thing that bards were needed for. But they didn't do all the little extras all the time. And sometimes, I mean, and those little extras, they add up and they're important, right? And, you know, I certainly can't micromanage everybody's play. And so when somebody went out there and, you know, played their shit correctly, it made a difference. What's the best looking angle gonna be? Probably one that, yes, it's gonna be this one. But also, Mikey, you have just so much experience in PvP MMO playing, right? And trying to get the most out of your character. Because if you don't, you die. And you let your team down. So I think a lot of your success was just a lot of just going back to, you know, putting into practice the shit that you learned and got good at in other games. And a lot of other people, especially if they're new to MMOs, they don't have that. So, but it was sad that, Mikey, you found like your ultimate niche, right? Like you were good at it. Everybody knew you were good at it. We needed it. It wasn't going to go away. And then the game was like, oh, just kidding. You don't get to do this thing you were really looking forward to. That's the part that I don't buy. Okay, like, there's a lot going around about Ashes, and I haven't talked too much about it. I certainly haven't made a video. But all the people that are like, oh, it was a scam, oh, it was a scam. No, it was a game that I was truly enjoying. I'm sad that it's gone. There was a game there. That means, by definition, it wasn't a scam. Now, it doesn't mean that everything was good and right, and you know, there wasn't things that were shady, but there was an attempt at a game. I enjoyed the game. A lot of people are sad that it's gone. Okay, we're not sad that it's like, I don't know, and I'm not sad for the loss of potential, although, I mean, I am, sure. But I enjoyed what was there. Not just the potential of losing what we lost. Right? Like an actual scam is like, I don't know if I'm explaining it well. But I just, you know, I actually miss playing the game. And I miss the potential, of course, that we're not going to have. Because I recognized, you know, how much potential there was. It was a 9-year journey, right? It was a 9-year journey that ended. Absolutely. Let's see how this looks. Hold on. You know what's funny? I think YouTube, I think the algorithm, it knows too much. I got randomly served a recommendation for a Camelot Unchained update video. I did not click on it. It knows my soul yearns for another MMO. Although it doesn't really. Ooh, it's looking good. Knows I'm a sucker. All right. Oh, no. I have to change it back to... Mr. Justin Nobody followed me. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Nobody. Yeah, it's hilarious about the Camelot thing. I know, it's ridiculous. It's like, oh, we saw that you were watching some videos about this other MMO, fantasy MMO. Maybe you would like to continue your streak of disappointing games by looking into this fantasy MMO. Which, by the way, I am not a backer, but I did support Camelot Unchained post Kickstarter. That's looking very nice. I have no idea how I'm going to do this other edge. Figure that out shortly. One catastrophe at a time. I mean, what am I mean, here's the way I look at it. I'm at a part of my life where, you know, I've got some money and there's some games that I want to see be made. Even the chance. I'm not going to cry in my Cheerios too hard about the money lost. The sadness is in the loss of potential. Like I said, I do feel like I got my value out of it, but I can appreciate if not everybody feels that way. Okay, so far so good. I'm really having a hard time seeing this. I wish there was some additional lighting that I could bring to bear on this work. worse. It's like darker is better somehow. All right, let's shore up the side here. You feel kind of indifferent. I put well over 500 plus hours into the game, and there are games that I played years ago that I maybe put 30 hours into the game just to never play it again. Yeah. Well, and there's, you know, maybe the real Kickstarter were the friends we made along the way. There's value in that. Well, I was gonna try something. How are you guys feeling the FPS? Does it feel the same? Does it feel worse? Does it feel better? I mean, it definitely chunks when I'm looking at signs or, you know, some of the stuff, so. All right. How are we gonna do this? I think in a very similar way, right? Let's see. You just made... Hold on. There's a bunch of chat. There's always Albion. I've played Albion. Albion has some fun things, but Albion feels just a little bit too pay to win. I agree that it's less pay to win than something like Arcade was. Arcade was insanity, right? But Albion is really close, just over the line in some ways. I want to see a good steampunk MMO that isn't Eastern. Maybe Light No Fire will end up being good. Yeah, some of that stuff I'm just not following, you know? I mean, most of it I'm not following. You just made another employee of yours sub to me. Ray is out there doing the Lord's work. Awesome. One McDonald's employee at a time. That way, when you talk about work drama on the stream, you know, they can join in, and hopefully it's not about them. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is put all this in, trim, and then trim what we don't need. I wonder, now that I've placed that, if I delete these. Mikey, want attention? Okay, I'm sorry. Let me just catch up. Might be the haze, but the video seems grainier. It is really hazy up here at this verticality, at this height, and it's hard to see. I think I've picked a foggy, like I could do a clear one. Like, this isn't too bad. We could try this for a little while. I think I picked a foggy time of day to help refract more light. I don't think it's a graphical thing. I think it's an environmental thing. There's like issues around your cup when you move. I know. It's because like there isn't issues like here so much. Like when it's trying to render the signs, there's problems. And they can back you up in your crazy stories. Two more employees. Okay. Back to Twitch. I know you want attention too. Mr. Justin Nobody, first of all, thank you for the longest chat, or for the first time chat. What is the longest you put into a build before completely tearing it down? I don't really tear down complete builds, typically. I usually build something new somewhere else on the map, or I just start over. That's usually what happens. But you spent 3 hours tearing down a rocket fuel plant that you didn't like where it was going. Hey, I applaud that. I do. I applaud that. Sometimes you just gotta tear shit down, man. I applaud it. Not everybody has the guts to do that, and I think that if you don't, it can really harm your enjoyment of the game. Gonna have to do another cap. We've done this before. We can do it again. Uber troll, ban the word I hate you. I'm removing this. You're the only one that uses it. You do it to kick my ass. I use it very aggressively. For 5 minutes, I cannot say All right. Let's see if I can do that. What is going to help us here? We need to rotate first. That's I think I need to redo this angle. Yeah, I do. We have to redo this. It's a sad day, but we have to redo it. Did I say it? I can't think if I'm saying it or not. We're off by 1. Measure it there. It'll be the first time you've saved the day. Congrats. Future congrats. The kittens and puppies will thank you. gonna line up correctly. Yeesh. Much faster way of doing that than I did last time. Killer Rain's gonna make the bot say whenever Uber does a redeem, the troll is back. I like it. They managed to work out a pretty solid blueprint for refineries, though, so that's helpful. Nice. Mr. Justin Nobody, after 1,500 hours in the game, I'm not too worried about losing enjoyment. I've got at least another 1,000 before I think I'll be done with the map. Very nice, but it'll be the first time you save the day. I wrote up an 8-page doc on getting through phase 4 at what to guide as opposed to how to guide. Nice. That was extreme. You created this world, live in it. Hey, I can complain about it. I can tell there's some FPS changes. I don't know if you guys can, but I can. Let's try this. I think it's helping to mitigate some of the issues. All right, it's done. I don't know if I said during those 5 minutes, because I think, like most people, when I say I don't hear it. Gorthal was thinking about getting a gag order on buy and sell last night. Oh my god. Dude, last night was intense. I don't know who I was about to throw out, order a hit on more. Melkor or Nerd? Yeah, that's a lot better. See how we're not losing... The last version, we were losing ground on that angle there. Now we're not. So this is substantially better. Substantially better place than before. Okay. Now I think we can make a better decision on the angle we need to take this. I don't know if that's really doing anything to help. Not really, is it? It needs to be out. Is that helping? Not quite. We're gonna get there though. Okay, I like this one. I think. Yes. Okay, it's an edge that allows for a complete sidewall. It gives enough coverage so that they don't poke through. Does that make sense? And it's a tough balance to make, but I think I like where this is going. Then we can fine tune here with nudges. Pillars for the win. Well, is that a question mark? Looks like that's a question mark. Pillars for the win for now. We'll see how laggy it makes me in the future, you know? But pillars do allow for very, very unique construction options in Satisfactory while sticking with vanilla. That is our goal here. In real life, redeemed. In real life, word. Ban. But. Oh my god. All right. No, I'm going to honor that one. We have another in real life ban. Redeem. I'm going to honor it in just a moment. Just a moment, okay? Twitch is getting ignored because of you. Not true. Actually, I'll go ahead. I'll start it now. I'm not allowed to say the word but for 5 minutes. Here we go. You're really looking forward to the rendered tour video. I know. That thing has been an absolute monster. I talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the stream, and I am trying to get that thing done. It is turning into a beast. Tomorrow's going to be a big day where I work on it. The biggest problem, and again, I talked about this already, is the work schedule. This week just absolutely bent me over. So, but that's done. I said it. Got to start it over. Started it over. That's done. So we'll see how it goes. Tomorrow, I should be able to make a lot of progress. Why not do it after you finish the save? I'm going to do another one. This one is just for these 4 towers. It's not a global tour video. It's just for these 4 towers. And it's kind of practice for the one at the end of the save. If that makes sense. Because that one's going to be essentially the most important tour video of the last 2 years. You know, it'll be a summation of everything I've done. Bent me over. You didn't know it was that kind of stream? You really should be asking what kind of work I do for a living. And you're not getting ignored. Alrighty, that looks really good, you guys. These edges look really good. The timer is still going. Let's take a look at our edge here. While I use the restroom. And yes, the timer's still going. Be right back. And we're back. But not before the timer ran out on Patrol's word ban. See what I did there? Okay, we're moving. Last night's stream was funny. Yeah, schedule one. But you felt bad for Nerd. He was a trooper. He knew that, you know, we had it scheduled, but he streamed with us anyway. Nerd was a trooper. Okay, I am liking this. 5 minutes is a quitter timer. You sound mad, bro. Don't be mad. Now let's delete this. You played yourself. Not really. I don't think we need any of these, really. I think what I want to do is jump over to the other side and do the other side and get this edge in while it's relatively fresh in my mind what the heck I did. So I think we're going to do that. This was the first step. I think what was our rotation here? We need to get this in first. Okay. Melkor's going to post edited VODs to schedule one. Well, less like VODs, and I know what you mean. Technically, VOD is typically more like the straight live stream content, but yeah, they're edited, recorded versions of the live stream. Just come over here and do this. Slimy Mikey gifted a tier 1 sub to Uber Troll 7 minutes ago. Slimy Mikey gifted a tier 1 sub to Mr. Justin Nobody 7 minutes ago. Hype train was started 5 minutes ago. The hype train was complete at level 63%. Thank you. Your community contributed a total of 2 gift subs. I appreciate it. And then Uber Troll gave out 5 community gift subs. And the sub goal of 10 was just completed. I appreciate it, you two. Gifted tier 1 sub to Sunil, Ryan Gallant, Dimitri, DEFCON 2008, and X Duder. awesome. 10 minutes is prime, 20 minutes is elite. No. What I think Ken really needs is a look over here, sound redeem. There's a 3 to 5 minute cooldown timer, so he remembers to read chat. The problem is I don't think the redeems make a sound. I don't know if the redeems make a sound. I don't think they do. I don't know. Do one. Do a cheap one. You got kicked in the ping. I get kicked in the ping every night. All right, what's our rotation like on this guiding edge? The third party to modify sound alerts. Well, I've got my stream overlay stuff, so we did it very close. Okay, I see what we did. I see what we did. That one. Let's build it. I guess we have to build it down here, huh? Okay, let's get this in. Actually, we won't get that in because we won't fine tune it yet. Knock these out. These are all starter locations. This plane. Is this the middle? It is. We're not doing ones in the middle. Leave the middle alone. We'll come back to you, sir. No bit redeems? Do I need to make some bit redeems? Sounds like the answer is yes. The bits definitely ping me. You could do so a bit redeem that pings me is already in. Need either of these. Really need these. Okay, set this. I hope you have a lovely night. Your body is in a lot of pain. All right, man. Have a good night. Is mini golf still on the table? Yes, she has 2 accounts that have her name on them that are following the channel, and they're switched on for gifts. Melkor's channel. Yeah, he has a channel. Yep. Let me see if I can find it real quick. And I'll link you guys my brother's channel. I found his old channel. Can't find his new channel. My ear keeps popping back in and out. I know how to find it. I will find it. I've got a plan. Okay. On. I don't know why it's not leaking. Well, I guess I'll just text him. Okay. Let's continue. I don't know why I can't find it. It's hidden. Uber Troll, welcome to Gold. Thank you for becoming a member. Did you beat the game in this map? No, I haven't beat the game yet. Welcome, by the way. We're working on the factory in which I will do phase 5. This is my cyberpunk city that has all my factories in it for the entire playthrough. I do have this, which is not a factory per se, but a raw materials hub. Are they really skyscrapers that you have built out there? Red Studio. Yeah. Kudos to you, dude. Thank you. Uber is trying to get me to ads. Uber's trying to get me to not say the word the. I can't do that one. I can't. I have to actually play the game, you troll. Killing me. I have to actually be able to talk to you guys. He banned the word the. Problem is, my brother might be asleep. It is shocking that Minikin hasn't been here tonight. She usually stops in to say hi. I'll give you a refund, Uber. You can pick another word. For 5 minutes? Oh my God. A timer is started. see if we can get rid of some of this garbage. This is the kind of crap I have to put up with. Let's see if we can't complete this edge. Ray will look for him when she gets home. I appreciate that. Did send him a text. He hasn't gotten back to me yet. An anonymous gifter gave the Red Studio a tier 1 sub. Okay. So, the Red Studio. That doesn't count. It's part of his name. That doesn't count. It's part of his name. I know who that anonymous gifter was. His name is Mikey. Okay, how did we do this edge? This one here. Anyway, Red Studio, what I was going to say is, yes, these skyscrapers were all built by me. They are the factories. I failed. I can't actually, I'm going to talk to my viewers. These are the factories that I am using to basically beat the game, right? We started this in 1.0, and we are a few months from finishing. We're in the last factory, really. So it's going well. See if I can clock this other depth. Here to here. Might you be the greatest player of this game? No. I've never seen anything so massive in scale of someone making a city. The thing is the scope of this game can be so insane that there's a lot of different ways to measure. Like, greatest is, in most situations, extremely arbitrary, right? Unless you know, there's a very objective measure, and I don't think in Satisfactory there is one single objective measure, right? Can I beat this game faster than anybody else? No. Right? The guy that has the speedrun record, is he better at the game than me? In some ways, yes. I'm better than him in other ways. Right? And that's just one example. You know? But I do appreciate the compliment for sure. I am but one man. There we go. Yeah. There's one Satisfactory content creator that makes truly huge builds, but nowhere near as scenic as Kins. Yeah, BL Andrew is a perfect example of somebody that in some or even many ways plays the game better than me. Popcac is another example. There's many. Plus, I do think I'll say something like by many metrics, I am out of plus there's the universe of people that are content creators and people that are playing the game, right? I mean, how the heck am I supposed to know how good of a player I am in Satisfactory ranked by all Satisfactory players? It's like an impossible thing to know. I will say, out of the content creators, I do feel like I do some unique things, and I have the stubbornness and the stupidity, the perfect combination of stubbornness and stupidity to start projects and actually finish them. Start stupid projects and finish them. So that helps a lot. But yeah, there's people out there like BL Andrew, and even if I am a good or even very good Satisfactory player, there are other people out there that are much better content creators than I am. You know, especially the full-time ones. You know, they have more engaging content, and so that's always difficult, right? Like, where's that line between the build, the game, the factory, the presentation of it, right? So it's kind of interesting. There's all these different ways of kind of looking at it. Josh, Josh is something else. I don't think Josh is really even a Satisfactory player. Now, everybody thinks Josh, not everybody, but like Satisfactory normies think Josh when they think Satisfactory, but I don't. He is an awesome content creator, but he is basically a chaos, right? I mean, and Satisfactory is awesome in that sense because he can create insane chaos. That's why they were such popular videos, and so many people judge Satisfactory based off his videos, which is a good thing. When I think Satisfactory content creators, I think Bits, Kibitz, Total Eclipse, What Darren Plays, right? Those are my sort of like my Mount Rushmore, you know, and then BL Andrew, and then Popcac's a little bit more specialty, right? But still awesome in his own way, right? I don't really consider, and it's nothing against Josh, but he's not really playing Satisfactory. He doesn't actually really play any of the games that he plays, right? He breaks them, he pushes them, which is cool, and it's awesome. It's not really the same thing as what like Bits and Kibitz do, right? It's his honestly, it's his own unique style, which is crazy in and of itself. not even a unique style of like Satisfactory. I mean like a unique content style. Scale, nobody beats Josh in scale. BL Andrew does. BL Andrew is ridiculous. You should check him out sometime. I mean, BL Andrew is actually playing the game. Whereas I don't really think, and again, not in a bad way, Josh's content doesn't really play the game. It breaks the game, right? Which is good too. It's just different. And that's, again, it's so difficult to even have this conversation about who's better than who, because better doesn't really exist, you know? Oh, that's who you meant. Nobody beats Andrew in scale. Yeah. That makes sense. I hear you. My name Jakes. Yeah, I've heard of. Yeah, I know his content too. Cubewave. Ken, if I'm being 100% honest, I've seen Popcax builds, and I'm sure they're cool, but it's just art. Your stuff, in my opinion, is better not only because I prefer your style. It's functional. Yeah. Well, and there's another perfect, rational, legitimate measurement that somebody could have for whose is best, right? This functionality aspect, and Popcac does focus on, you know, like art essentially, right? Which is very cool if you like that. Can't remember what I did. No, but not, you know, but it is its own thing. Can I do this? Let's go and look. I can't remember exactly what I ended up with over here. Hey, Arda Kokalan on YouTube. How's it going? That looks very similar. It is bumped out a little bit. I want to try to get it very close. It doesn't have to be precise. Try again. Like that. And I do think that that could be what I did. Fakey82, Facky, good luck with the designing. Thank you. You've been subscribed for 6 months. I appreciate it. Does that mean you're blocked or something? Oh, listening only. Oh, okay, cool. It means you're not watching. I learned a new thing. Josh isn't a gamer. He's learned how to make a joke of breaking a game to market a game to make money. I think that's close, yeah. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say he isn't a gamer, but I would definitely say he doesn't actually play the games. Not really. Not really. He plays in the sandbox that the game is with the with the goal of making it extreme, which is cool. But yeah, he's very unique. He's his own thing for sure. But I do get, it's really funny. So I've gotten a lot of traction with some of my shorts, my YouTube shorts. And whenever a YouTube short, or any video for that matter, goes viral, what does that mean? By definition, it means that it has escaped your, my ears are really bothering me today. It has escaped my typical audience. And then what happens is it doesn't just escape, especially with the shorts. I haven't had a regular video do this, but with the shorts I have, a couple of the shorts, it doesn't just reach escape velocity from my typical audience. It reaches escape velocity from Satisfactory's typical audience. And I can always tell when it does, besides the view count. I basically get people telling me Satisfactory is trash, Factorio is better, or Josh's builds are better. And then I know that that person doesn't really watch Satisfactory content. It's, you know, like the only reason, like my YouTube short is somehow invalidated because Josh has Satisfactory content on the internet. Like, it's so strange. It's such a weird, like, attitude to have. But as a wise man once said, some people suck. Those are pretty rare, to be honest. I joke about them because they're kind of easy to remember, right? You kind of remember the shitty comments more than the good ones. I get way more positive comments than I do negative ones. They're just kind of fun to talk about. They're more fun to talk about. I also get a lot of them that are just like, you're wasting your life kind of comments, you know? Oh, hold on. My YouTube viewer window bugged. The Wall Street Journal, welcome to Iron. Thank you. We've gotten quite a few memberships over on the YouTube side and quite a few subs tonight on the Twitch side. I appreciate you guys. You're another giant of a Satisfactory like BLN or Kibitz, just not fully built in yet audience. Yeah, the audience is slow, and part of that is because I don't put out a lot of content. Not really. My content's kind of slow and steady, and I did absolutely get a little burnt out from Satisfactory, and so content slowed, and you know, I don't really have as easy. I have videos and content that's harder for YouTube to market. You know, there's very few people that want to actually watch a 4-hour live stream, an 8-hour VOD, right? Whereas if I had more time to dedicate to this channel, or if I had more help that would help me grow the channel, even when it doesn't make a lot of money right now, then I could get more edited videos out. And then, you know, YouTube could do a lot better in, I gotta fix my ears. My ears are really bugged. I could do a lot better in giving YouTube more easily marketable. Apparently I'm not done with YouTube. More easily marketable video content, you know. Because both, you know, all of those content creators, they release the majority of their content in shorter form. And it's a lot easier to build an audience that enjoys watching Satisfactory when the majority of your content is chunked out in 30 minute to 1 hour videos versus 6 to 8 hour videos. So now the shorts have helped that. But what I was running into is it took me so long to make the edited content, me personally, that I was getting behind, and then I wasn't playing Satisfactory. I was just editing. I do an 8-hour stream, and that would take me 5 days to edit. And then I could only stream once a week. I couldn't do anything else. You know, and I don't enjoy editing videos. I enjoy the live streams. Again, what I need is somebody like what some of these really big streamers have. I mean, look at Peanut, right? How did he build his live stream audience? Edited videos, edited content, and he's an amazing streamer too. But he gets so many views off of shorts and off of his edited videos, right? Or you look at somebody like, you know, Pirate Software, who gets insane traction off of shorts. He blew up because of shorts. Asmongold does edited videos, right? 15-minute to 2-hour chunks of his live stream, right? And the story about how he got his editor is wild. It's basically, he had a guy that was stealing his content and made his own channel off of content clips from Asmongold, and Asmongold called him up and said, "Hey, do you want to work for me?" So I mean, that's essentially what I need. The problem is he was already big, right? Whereas I am not. So, you know, there was already an established market for edited versions of his videos. So it's kind of like, you know, it's a problem that I've had. It's really hard to ask somebody to spend 20, 30 hours a week editing my content when I'm only making like $1,000 a month right now. But I'm only making $1,000 a month right now because I can't edit 30 hours a week, right? So, you know, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? And that's essentially the problem that I've been having with this channel, you know. And when I do go in short spurts of putting out smaller edited versions of my live stream content, then the views shoot up, the subs shoot up, and the channel grows. I'm one of those people who watches the 8-hour VODs. Yeah, chill music and vibe in the background while I do other stuff. Currently watching your Factorio playthrough. Oh, well, I'm gonna do another Factorio playthrough after this. So that that Factorio playthrough is gonna be, you know, revived or started over. And I think I'm gonna bring in Nerd and Melkor. I see you, Killer Rain. Stretch and hydrate. And yes, Minikin has been helping. Her shorts are the reason that my channel has been growing. I'll show you guys some stats here. I have no problems sharing. It's nothing crazy. I don't think there's anything on here that you can't see. Yeah, here is, I'll make it a little bigger. Right? This is a viewer bump. This isn't from live streams. This is from shorts. Okay. This is a short that Minikin made. Now, this is a short that I made shortly before, no pun intended, I handed it off to Minikin. So these three, this is the most viewed content in the last 28 days. Number one, Minikin made this one. 300,000 views in the last 28 days. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 I made before she took over. And then a lot of the rest of these, most of the rest of these are Minikin. Basically, if my face is included, Minikin definitely did it. But this is, you know, and subscribers are coming in, but, you know, subscribers came in because of the views that started shooting off from the shorts. Revenue is basically from the live streams. Yeah, I mean, you can see this is the last 48 hours, right? And then, you know, we could go in deeper and we could look at, you know, shorts only, right? I've gotten 341 subs just from the shorts. This is the shorts viewing. And it wasn't even this one. It's old shorts that YouTube's cycling back through. Right? My live streams, it doesn't say how many subs I've gotten off the live streams, but 341, the total is 535. So most is off of the shorts. Yeah, 535. Most is off of the shorts. So, you know, and then, you know, revenue is 120 off of shorts. So that's VOD, mostly VOD ads, and then a lot on the memberships, and a lot on supers and gifts. So, and that's the live streams are making the dollars because I don't really do edited videos. But if I did do edited videos and I could do them regularly, my income would essentially double. Right? So, anyway, like I said, my number one priority to my family and honestly kind of to myself has to be my 9-to-5 job, right? Like, of course it does. That's how the bills get paid. Oh, we got Melkor's channel. Okay. Yeah, okay, there's his new channel. I will link it. And is that the one? Yes, my brother uncovered the truth about my helium theft. Yeah, him and his wife are working on his channel. And they just started. He's got a long way to go. Of course, we all do. We all do. But yeah, that is... that. And then Uber Troll's trying to get me to start a rant on pipeline floor holes. The problem is, Uber Troll, that those... I'm happy to rant about pipeline floor holes when that is what we're kind of doing at the moment. kind of doing structure stuff in the game. All right, so let's cap the front of this off. And then we'll finish off everything up to this point, and we'll have done a lot. Does Minikin get a cut? Yes. She was getting, basically she's getting $100 a month, like as a base, and then if shorts do better than that, then she gets what the shorts do better. So she gets all the money from the shorts. She was getting half when she was doing edited videos as well. She was getting half of the revenue from, like, so she put out like a 30-minute video on like a piece of content from the live stream. She'd get half of that, and then she gets all the short money, and with a minimum, right? It was like $100 minimum, and then it'd just be easier if I did this. But the problem is that Minikin took on a lot of classes this semester, and then started Akadeka, and she had to stop really helping me edit. So, and that's fine. School comes first. I did have some help here and there, trying to get some other editing off the line. I had somebody help me with the Expedition 33 and the Timberborn edits. But they, it's hard. Those videos got like 50 views, right? And, I had a deal to split that with them, but there's nothing to split. It's frustrating. Where do we want to pick it up? We want to pick it up right here. So it's really like I need a partner, right? A partner that is willing to do what I'm doing, which is work for nothing or work for very little until we build something. I believe, I don't know this for sure, but I believe that, can't speak for all of them. The one that I read an article on, and again, I don't know how accurate it is, but basically, Asmongold doesn't need any money anymore, right? Like he started a new Twitch channel that has no ads. He never became partner. Or not even partner, whatever the first thing is. Okay, but I think he splits revenue with the entire channels that repost his content. So I think he basically, they almost pay, it's almost like a license. They're not really his channels. He doesn't have the login for them. They're his editor's channels, and they can do whatever they want. They make videos that make fun of him. He doesn't have any input on it whatsoever, and I think he just gets a percentage. Right? So that's not exactly what I want to do. This is my channel. I would still have sort of like, obviously say in it, but the splitting of the revenue idea is, I think, a good one. Like I said, I just need and by the way, Twitch grows from my YouTube as well. It is extremely difficult to grow organically. Oh, is this the middle again? Yeah, we don't need to do the middle for now. It is extremely difficult to grow organically from Twitch alone. I mean really difficult. My growth on Twitch has all been through YouTube, and it's really difficult on YouTube to grow from live streams alone, unless you're a god live streamer, and I'm not. So It's really those edited, 30-minute to 1 hour videos, and or shorts. And the thing is, I don't have to reinvent the wheel. I mean, look at Kibitz. Kibitz puts out a 40-minute video, a 25-minute video on Satisfactory, and knocks out freaking an insane amount of views. 250,000 views. And it's because he's built his audience, sure, but YouTube likes that level of that length of video a lot to test to new audiences. But the nice thing is, like, this would never happen. But if I lost my job tomorrow and I went all in on my YouTube channel, I know exactly what to do to grow it. And that's more, I just don't have the time to do it right now. I mean, that's pretty cool because not everybody can say that they know exactly how to grow their YouTube channel. You know what I mean? I just need the time and energy to do it. I mean, look how long it's taken me to get this stupid tour video done. And I'm being really careful not to burn myself out too. So that's an important part of the equation as well. I mean, that's kind of why I'm doing these streams with Melkor and Nerd, because it's so different than the stream like tonight that it's almost like there's no way that one can burn me out on the other because they're just too drastically different. Oh my God, I filled it in the middle without thinking while I was talking after I kept saying I wasn't going to fill in the middle. Oh well. We'll cut it back out. Yep. We got Nerds and we got Melkors. Nice, Killer. I appreciate that. Links on Twitch. If you do !nerd or !Melkor, it links to the channel. I will say Twitch is running a thing. The more ads you run, Twitch shows your channel more. I've seen it from streamers at 20 to 50 viewers. Now 100 to 300 might just be luck. Well, I have the minimum amount of ads on, but it wouldn't surprise me with Amazon that the more more ads you run, the more viewers you get. But I don't know, that feels so dirty. I feel like I want to grow my channel. Look, I don't want to say it feels dirty. I'm not supporting my family off of ad money. Other people are, right? And if I was full time, I would feel fine, or much more fine about playing a lot of ads. But I don't. So dirty is not the right word for running ads. It's just that because I'm not, and I don't run any YouTube ads while I'm live. Even though YouTube yells at me every day. Look. They have a pop-up right now. Automated ads help you earn more while optimizing the experience for channel members. I wonder if has YouTube done the thing where channel members, if I did put ads, it's free to channel members like Twitch has, even if they're not like YouTube Prime, or not YouTube Prime, but whatever it's called. Your request was denied. Hey, your first like 5 requests were not denied. I'll be happy to talk about my thoughts on, listen, we're going to be talking about my thoughts on fluids and floor holes a lot with 1.2 around the corner. He asked me to start a rant about a random topic. Yeah, over on Twitch, yeah. Yeah, you've been to YouTube Prime forever. Dude, YouTube Prime, it is called YouTube Prime, huh? Or is that Amazon? I can't remember what they call it. I know it's Amazon Prime. Is it YouTube Prime as well? What's the paid version of YouTube? I think it's Prime. I can't remember. But anyway, that is some of the best money. I'm so used to adless YouTube, and it is so much worth the money to me to not waste that time or have that irritation, that whenever I accidentally find myself not on my account, it's horrifying. It's so bad. But it's money, some of the best money well spent. I would get rid of, let's see, what would I get rid of before? I would get rid of everything before YouTube Prime. I would get rid of Disney Plus. I would get rid of Netflix. I would get rid of Paramount. I would get rid of, well, probably not Amazon Prime. Probably not Amazon Prime, because Amazon Prime has other stuff. Amazon Prime and YouTube be the last two. Yeah, premium. It's YouTube Premium. I didn't think it was Prime. Yeah, YouTube and Amazon would be the last two, I think. HBO would be hard to let go during a season of show that I was enjoying. Like, I really, really loved Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Right. But other than that, I don't watch a lot of HBO. In fact, might cancel it for a few months till the next show comes out that I want to watch. Right. Yeah. Premium it is, guys. I know on Twitch, when you sub, it stops the ads. But I don't think it does unless it's new. Channel members. I don't think channel members have ad-free viewing. Watching the Pit. I haven't heard of that. Oh, how's Ash doing? You want an update? Yeah, we can talk about that. You know, it's funny, Ray. I realized I did a mini update on Ash is my wife, on her art while you were driving from work to home. And then I was gonna talk about it later. It was like a couple weeks ago. And I never got back around to the topic. But if you guys don't know, my wife is an aspiring professional landscape painter and teacher. And not only is her skill increasing, but her teaching opportunities have been increasing. And she recently joined I think it's the Northern California Association of Artists, or maybe the Sacramento Association of Artists. I can't remember. I haven't been to a function yet, but I'm going this month. I am the faceless husband that supports her in all of her endeavors, and so, to them. But I'll be meeting them this month, that sort of sector of her life, and they'll be sorely disappointed as usual. But she joined this association, and then so right when she joined, they have a little mini art contest once a month on their main meeting day. You could just show up and you anonymously put your art out to be voted on, and then everybody who comes to the meeting can just vote on what their favorite is, and then you get featured if you win that for that month. And her first meeting, her art piece won. And then my wife has a superpower, and that is everybody loves her. And it's not an exaggeration. This isn't hyperbole. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And what you may believe what I'm saying, but unless and until you were to ever talk with her and meet with her, I don't know what the deal is, man. It's a superpower. It's like dark side powers. Is this power possible to learn? Not from a Jedi. It's bad. Anyway, within a couple of months, she became a board member of the association, and she's actually doing the newsletter now. So, yep, she is. In fact, it's going to be March 1st in 3 minutes. Her first newsletter comes out in 3 minutes, I think. My time. So that's pretty cool. Her March newsletter on the 1st. Let's see. New Verizon had a thing where you switch to them, you got a load of those things for free. Yeah. She humored me, a nerd, that one day when we were giving you shit. She was reading and responding to you on the Discord. Oh yeah, I was driving. I think I was driving. So she was responding to you guys on Discord. Nah, she is she's something else. But anyway, the teaching is going good. She got a new student. Now she has a student on Fridays and a student on Saturdays. So kind of like you would get a student in for like piano lessons. Let's do this. That works for me. This is looking good. They come over to the house, art students. But there's also a teaching room at the building where they do the association stuff. And she's going to start teaching there too, which is really cool. It's very little overhead. Well, there's no overhead. It's 20% of what you make teaching to pay for the room, which is very awesome, very fair. So she's going to start that up over the summer. Yeah, Northern California. Yep. Freaking great series, and I'm not a big medical drama fan. I think I saw that advertised, actually. And so her art association, let's see, can we just keep going on this forever? Oh, we have to break in. Oh yeah, this goes all the way to the top. So let's take all of this face to the top, and then we'll come back and etch in this cutout. So yeah, let's take this face all the way to the top. But so, you know, many professional associations have kind of a ranking, as it were, a way to kind of like show that you have progressed in the industry. And what this art association has is there's like 4 levels. You know, and like the last one's like master or something like that. I can't remember what they're all called. You know, junior, stuff like that. But to get the first one, you know, you become a member of the association, and then sort of the first recognized achievement is you get into 4 different paintings in 4 different juried shows. And a juried show is an art show that, get rid of this, yeah. Not everybody gets to enter, right? They're prejudged. You know, they usually have large amounts of entrants, or large number of entrants, and then you only a certain number get to actually get in the show, right? It's pre-juried, it's prejudged. And you know, an example of this is like your state fair, right? Not every piece of art that gets submitted to the state fair gets to actually be a part of the state fair. That's the one that you know, most people are familiar with, their local state or county fairs. And so some of the members have been trying to get their pieces into juried art shows for many years. Well, my wife got into essentially the first juried art show she tried to get into. So she's got one out of 4 already. She's trying to finish a painting right now and enter another show sometime. Actually, I think it has to be done by March 5th. So she's a little stressy right now trying to finish this painting on time. Her current in progress. And then the shows happen at the membership center. And so her piece of art is displayed right now. And that's what I'm going to go. I'm going to go to the event. I think it's a week from today, where they kind of, or 2 weeks from today, I can't remember, where the show is finished. So 400 landscape paintings were submitted. 100 were selected for the show. And so she was in the top 100. Her painting. I can actually show it to you, I think. Let's see. I haven't showed her website in a long time. This is the one that got into the show that I was just talking about. If I can. And this is a prints. She sells prints, but there you go. That was the one that got in. There is a tiny little cat hiding. Minikin convinced her to put this cat into this painting. I mean, you can't even see it. It's there. That picture doesn't have enough detail to see it. But that's the one that got in the show. Cat's right there. Lighthouse painting. There is, if you're a Brandon Sanderson fan, you may know what this is. That's Uruthuru. That and all these paintings are the originals are like in my house, like on the walls. So this is the Arches National Park. This is also a national Bass Harbor Lighthouse. Lighthouse one. And she's got Crater Lakes from or Crater Lake from Oregon. So other things. So there you go. The one she's working on right now is a local bridge. And it is the theme is celebration. And so it's got a river, it's Sacramento River, it's a Folsom Bridge. And there's a rodeo, Folsom Rodeo, that always does fireworks kind of behind where that bridge is. They always hang an American flag on the bridge. And so it's a night painting with fireworks, bridge over a river, and the fireworks reflecting in the river water underneath. And then the river is kind of in like a little mini canyon. It's not a real canyon, but there's sloped sides. And so the land kind of goes sloped out like this. Bridge, American flag that's lit, fireworks in the sky, reflected in the water. It is a badass painting. It looks really good, but it's very complicated and stressing around. So that's the current work in progress. Oh, we left this one behind. Yeah, the Crater Lake is the one you have. Yeah, you got to print. Yeah. And then Nerd has a mat, like a mouse mat made from the Uruthura painting. I think she sent him that because he helped her build her website. NerdProc did. Let me refresh here. There you go. There's the update on the wife's art journey. And the biggest thing is, I mean, we do have a vision of between, you know, me doing this channel and her art. We would love to, you know, one day make it so that I don't have to work. And I really just want to travel with her, and you can sell. There's a lot of ways to like sell art, you know. In person, physically across the country, conventions, stuff like that. It's something that we'd love to do one day. You know, maybe I start a travel YouTube channel. She also does group paints and stuff. She goes to people's houses and like events and kind of like sipping paints. You know, you drink wine and pretend you're good at painting. But less alcohol and more teaching. So it's pretty cool. Knocking it out of the park. You need prints of the Tyrell Corporation building and the interior shot of the Senate hanging on your wall also. She actually did a painting of Doggo, but I've been trying to talk to the community guys at Satisfactory if we could like figure out a license thing or something to sell it, but it's been kind of difficult because we wanted to kind of like sell prints of Doggo, but I get it, right? It's Satisfactory's Doggo, but I do have that. It's like a pet portrait, you know, except it's Doggo. What is my day job? I am... No, I see it. Oh, where's the state fair one she got a prize for? Sorry. I did reset it. You forgot to mention some of her artwork is available in your shop. That is true. I have connected my wife's YouTube channel, not YouTube channel, my wife's merchant page or whatever to my YouTube. So my YouTube shop is actually my wife's art. And then what's the state fair one she got a prize for? State fair one she got a prize for. That was a county one, actually. The state fair she didn't get into. She won I can't remember what she won. First place, I think, or a county, a local county fair. I don't think that was a jury. That may not have been a juried one. Plus, she wasn't in the association at the time, so that one didn't count for that association thing. But no, it did. It did. I saw you. I just kept getting distracted and didn't answer. Oh, we're out of concrete. See if we have concrete speed turned on. Done really well, actually, not running out of concrete. Yeah, concrete booster is on, guys. No wonder. I've burned through an incredible amount of concrete. We can reclaim some coming over here. The one on the side of a canal, what was that? I can't remember. I'll ask her. I have another question here. Thank you, Uber Troll. What is my day job? Start another rant. You're in Southern California. I travel all over the state for my day job. Usually I end up in Southern California for it. Yeah, I'm out building the booster. I'm afraid I've actually burned through the booster storage. I think it's like, there's no way though, right? Freaking 8. Or 10 storages, and concrete's 500 a stack. You're from San Diego, living in Ohio for the last 18 years. Oh, okay, yeah. I fly into San Diego once a year in September to do to work with a client. Oh, that one. That was the state fair. Okay. Yes. That was a plein air painting. So plein air painting is painting that you do on site, all in one setting. By the way, I will answer your question, Justin, in a sec. That's called plein air. You sit, you look at what you're doing like you would sit at the ocean, and in 4 or 5 hours, you're done. There's no taking pictures. You don't do it in your studio. You sit and you paint it in no stretch. Did I forget to stretch? Here, I'll stretch. You paint it in that stretch came with a yawn. In the moment. That's called plein air painting, and yes, she won, I think, second place in the state fair for plein air painting. It was in a canal, and it was the reflection of the fireworks that get launched at the state fair. And actually, it's funny, she kind of referenced that. She's doing another firework reflection. Of course, the one she's doing now is a studio painting. It's not plein air. I don't know where to find that. I don't think she has a scan of that one, like a professional scan of that one, like she does the other ones. But that one's somewhere, probably on her Facebook. But that plein air painting, yeah. It took me a second. I couldn't remember. Yeah, well, because, yeah. Well, it's a plein air, so it's a lot looser. It needs to be on her gallery, even if she's not selling it. It just, you know, we need to take like a good picture of it. We have a professional that does professional scans for the somebody buys a print, right? It needs to be like extremely high resolution, and then they do a color pass on it to make sure that, you know, the scan comes out looking like the painting looks in real life. They're very, very good. And it's like $150 per painting, but it's worth it because to get those really high quality scans, and actually we're getting a little discount because she has so many done. Almost to the top, boys. Let's go through and clip this. But yeah. Yeah, plein air, I think, is a French term. All the artist terms are French terms, so it's spelled funny. I don't think it's spelled. Oh yeah, I am blowing through the concrete. But yeah. California State Fair doesn't have the 2025 paintings posted yet. I'm not sure that one, I'm not sure how they count that one. There is a picture somewhere of her accepting the award. Again, it's probably on her Facebook. She's also got an Instagram. I know what we can do to go steal a bunch of concrete. Let's go steal some concrete because we're gonna have this problem for a long time. And actually, you know what we really could and should do? Let's go and look at let's see if the concrete storage is out or if just the feeder is out. By the way, we can, now that we have Mark 6 belts, we can do some long needed upgrades to the item booster. Mark 6. Plein is French for full. Okay, yeah, see, there you go. Plein. That looks right to me. I'm sure it's right. All right, this is the storage up here. But down here I have some goodies. And there's concrete. Oh, it's full as shit. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, guys, we get to have some fun here. Boom. I'm waiting for this. We need purple. We've been waiting for this. I'll probably go through and upgrade all of these, but we'll start with oh my god, there's clogs. Okay. That's not helping. All right, so what's clogging us? First of all, let's run the declogger. Thought I'd cleared all the clogs. Clog clear. Clog clear is off. Is our... Oh, there's no space left. Some down here still. Does this not get cleared in the clog clear? This power? Oh. This doesn't get clog cleared. All right, let's... We have a mistake, boys. That one's working. So is that one. Okay. Just needed more time, I guess. Each of these are independent. Still gonna answer that question. I haven't forgotten. All right, what's probably clogging us here? Is that getting so little? Should be blast. So I started blast. There's still some silica left in there. With silica. Those moved when I pulled the silica out. It's jammed in here. Copper sheets. This is the downside to this. It's jammed up. I forgot about the copper sheets. There were some copper sheets left over, and so there. That one's cleared. What's in here, bro? What's your problem? Silica. Oh my god, aluminum. I mean, it works pretty well, but obviously there's some flaws. This is the last clogged one. We good now? All right, we're good now. Okay, cool. Concrete's really the only thing that I probably need at the faster level. And it looks like there's no other clogs. All right, let's make sure we're actually getting the concrete we think we're getting. This is insane looking. I know. Sorry. Are we getting full speed here? There's a whole, like, there's method to the madness, but it has some flaws. That's close. Yeah, it's gonna be 1440 because there's 60 per minute flowing of this. So that makes sense to me, actually. That's good. That means everything's flowing here. And then this should be 1440 divided by 20, because it's a 1 to 20 splitter. So what is 1440 divided, no 1140 divided by 20? 57. It's coming in at 60. It's perfect. Yeah, 1140. I'd love to see an hour-long video on just that boosting depot build. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how I could do a better job of clearing. I could probably do some funky looping. Right, like we keep the loop always running, and then it splits off what I ask for. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's tough. But you're always going to have the wrong thing plugged in here. You know what I mean? Like the old thing. How do you get rid of the old thing? I do have the clog clear, right? But like, I don't actually know, you know, unless I could set up some kind of remote camera, I don't actually know when it's cleared. Just kind of guessing. And most of them were clear, to be fair. It was mostly working. But basically all this is up here allows me to remotely send an item through this belt, right? And I have 20 items, okay, 4 times 5, right? You know, they're labeled here, concrete, plate, wire, okay, copper sheets, whatever. And then I can just remotely switch this on. That turns on this pump, or this packager. The packager allows the, see there's empty canisters right there blocking the path of these iron plates. You can see a canister there blocking the path there. And then I can clear that path by turning on these switches, and it allows items through. And then those items come down here and they get split into 20, okay, vertically. So 1 gets split into 20, and then those 20 get remerged with all of the other 20 items. So theoretically, I could turn on all 20 items at the same time, and these belts would be full of 1/20th of each item. And then they go up and they get put into 20 dimensional depots. So what it does is it allows me to take and load, right? Because the upload speed on this is only 240 per minute, right? Well, now I can take 1140, right? It takes 5 of them to fully upload my 1140. But now I have a backlog here. So watch. That's how fast I can replace one stack, because I'm pulling from all of these, right? So I pull and we upload. And I can, and let's say I needed plastic as well, because let's say I was building coated concrete foundations, a lot of them, I could turn on the plastic and the plastic would be mixed in and I'd be getting both, right? Because obviously I'm only really using 5, right? But theoretically I could use all 20, the speed of 20. So if I turned on 4 items, but you know, this is the first try. I'm not exactly sure how to fix the most egregious issue. But you know, I don't know, maybe 1.2 will give us a new tool to use. I probably won't need it again after you finish the Arasaka Tower. I mean, after I finish the Arasaka Tower, guys, I won't need anything again because I'll be done. One of the coolest things in the build, in your opinion, I've looked it over a bit running on your saves, but never really mastered using it or debugging it. Yeah, it's not user-friendly. Right, this was fun. Time for bed, though. I have a lot of VODs to catch up on with loving Kin City. Since you're playing Factorio again soon, highly recommend the Planetary Pioneers mod pack, 30 plus planets. Well, I'm going to be playing with Nerd and Melkor, I think, and I think we'll have our own problems. Without 30 plus planets. Killer Rain, yeah, right now I taking manifolds and trying to make the input exact so it doesn't take hours to manifold. Currently working on the shard concrete. You have inputs of 20 of 5 machines, but have 780 going into those 5. Overkill, yeah, but having an input of 5.56 does not split well with the current bell types. Yeah, but long-term manifolds fix everything. That's kind of how I look at it, but I hear what you're saying on that. Okay, so let me do this. I gotta use the restroom again, and then I will answer the question on what do I do for a day job. So I do some interesting stuff. I have a very unique job, and I don't mind talking about it. In fact, I love talking about myself. I stream, I talk about myself all the time. But I'll be right back. We'll do here, let's do a build here. Gotten pretty good at doing them quickly. All right, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Back. Got it. What is this frame? You mean like the FPS? Jan? Sorry, I took a picture accidentally. Let me know what you are referring to. Where are you located? Oh, in my cyberpunk city, or like in the map? Where on the map? I am above the. I'll show you as soon as I can find this. I shouldn't have changed the light. I think I was down here somewhere. But we're above the pink forest. So Spire Coast, Crater Lakes are over there. This is that, I can't remember what we call this lake. Titan Forest is there. Swamp is out there. Wait, is that the swamp? No, that's the purple crater. Swamp is right there. Dune Desert's right there. There's my... oh, this frame? What is that frame? Oh, it's the outline for what I'm building, the Arasaka Tower. Sorry. Still can't see shit. A little better. What if we... that helps a little bit. I brought the gamma up a bit. All right. Let's get back to cranking now that we fixed our income. Ooh, we gotta fix this paint. Yeah, sorry. So, okay, so the question was, what do I do for my day job? Are you still around, Justin? Essentially, what I do, I am a consultant. I work for a for-profit company, but I do work for school districts. I help school districts get money for facility construction. Build new schools, modernize existing schools. I write reports. I write boring analyses, almost boring on purpose. To prove that a district needs to collect a certain kind of fee. So it's a lot of math. It's equal parts math, writing, and politics. Plays no small part in it. And not in like the Republican Democrat politics. I don't mean that kind of politics. I mean like local politics. You know, general obligation bonds are part of it. Tangentially related to what I do. But yeah. And then the professional conference that I spoke at this week was for anybody that is related to school facilities. School districts were there, vendors were there, other professionals, consulting professionals. TPS reports. So what's interesting is, I talk about this sometimes. I would say I do two kinds of reports. There's probably, there's for sure less than 50. Probably more like 30 people that can actually do the one kind of report that I do. 6 of them work in my company. And the other kind of report I do, there's probably only 10 or 12 people know how to do. And 3 of them work in my company. So it's very, very, very niche, which is good for job security. If you're a moderately smart person that knows at least the fundamentals of Excel, it'll take me a year to train you to be able to be useful. Well, I mean, you can be useful in like 3 months, but like to be able to do like the reports that I do takes, it would take a year before I would trust you to actually do them, but more like 3 before I would stop looking over every single like tiny little thing of your work. It took me well and truly 3 years to actually understand what I was doing, like inside and out, and be able to be responsible for not just like updating existing reports, but deciding like how to go about doing them. You know what I mean? It took that long for both of them. If you were focusing on one, it would take less. But and I do a lot of training, and the part of the problem is my work is basically every school in the state, every district in the state needs a new one every 2 years, but they all need new ones at the same time, which is right now. And so that's why when I say my work is stressing me out, it's because my work is on a 2-year cycle, and it's the first half of the year in even numbered years, and it's 2026 first half of the year, so I am dying. Plus you got this conference, and then I let myself get talked into being a speaker, but I didn't let myself get talked into it. I wanted to do it. It was pretty cool. I can tell you this: I do believe that I'm the person that does this work the most. And it's also state specific, obviously, right? Because it's state law and stuff. But like, there's nobody else has the same number of. I have the most clients. I do the most amount, so I have the most experience. And at the conference, I mean, that's kind of a cool thing, you know, because, you know, I can answer questions for a wide variety of situations, school districts. You know, because they come and they're like, okay, how do I fix this problem? I have this specific thing happening in my district, and, you know, how can I, you know, get access to more funding, basically. Not afraid that AI will take over? Nah. So let me give you an example, all right? So, of why I'm not afraid of that. There was one of my competition about 4 years ago or so. He sold his company to a nationwide company, and they absorbed his clients and, right, this sort of an analysis. And I've basically gotten a huge chunk of those clients because they want somebody that is relatively local to be working on their stuff, right? They don't want somebody in New York trying to figure out how to do, you know, an analysis on a district that's, you know, a rural farmland California, you know, district. So how much more so with AI, you know? Now, in 40 years, sure. But right now, the people that are making the decisions on what gets, like, who gets hired to do this work, they're nowhere close to being okay with hiring somebody that does the work that I do, that uses AI to do it, at least not in total. Now, do I use AI as a tool to help me get to some of these answers faster? Sure. Often I get handed a bunch of data in a PDF form. I'll use ChatGPT to take, you know, this random data and reorganize it so I can input it into Excel faster. I do stuff like that, but I don't need it to really. I've used very legal and industry specific wording when I'm writing stuff. There's very specific like things that I need to say. I can't let AI do that, at least not in its current form. I'll still be doing it. Now, will I need 3 people to help me? Probably not. Maybe I could do, like, I'm the guy that does them. Right? Now, maybe I don't need 3 or 4 helpers. Maybe I can do twice the number with no helpers using AI, but somebody still has to do it. You know what I mean? This is the last time tonight. The word is like. We'll see. Starting the timer. And that, boys and girls, is How I Met Your Mother. The front of this bad boy is done, you guys. Well, kind of. And PowerPoint, or do you just get to submit the analysis in documents? So they're submitted in PDF, but I do occasionally present at board meetings. But it's a narrowed down version, right? It isn't like all the meat and potatoes are buried in the report. I just do a presentation kind of showing the broad strokes to the board. But public speaking is a part of what I do for sure. Okay. I think that before we put in embellishments, because let's take a look at where we're at. Okay, I've got these flat edges, but we have to put in these embellishments, right? These crenellations, right? And this stuff here on the side. I do want to carve out this middle. Let's carve out the middle. Actually, screw it. Let's leave that. Let's get the rest of the sides and the back in. All right, and then we'll go through and we'll do more of the detail work. Mr. Justin Nobody, I'm an IT supervisor for a pharmaceutical company. The only thing about my job that stresses me out is my boss. I have a great boss. My immediate supervisor is great. The big boss is great. There are some lateral people that make things a little tougher for me, but I'm not in the direct line with them, so I can generally avoid problems. And I'm still working from home almost exclusively. So, and there's a reason for that, because I pump out the work, I keep to myself, I accept my paycheck, I don't cause problems, I deliver. So all of that is good. You're a building management system programmer. The only thing stressing you out is the clients. For me, it's the workload. If I could spread out the 80 clients I have over the course of the 2 years, I would have the perfect job. It's just that right now I've got 30 people, 30 clients that want their stuff today. They want it now. You know, and I just can't do it. And so I've managed that the best I can. I've done some early. I started doing them early. I was doing them all the way back in October, doing what I can, even though technically the race doesn't start until actually January, right? So actually into January, really. So I've done what I can, but it's the spikiness of the workload that is the stressor for me. And I don't have a lot of help because, as I said, it takes a while to get help to where they're helping me more than I'm spending time training them, because nobody goes to school for what I do. And oftentimes what happens is, you know, I'm not the only person that needs help. You know, timer's up. I don't know if I said like. I probably did, but I tried not to. I think I'm gonna build the whole wall and then delete what I don't want. Then let's take a closer look. I'm just gonna do a flat wall here. We may add embellishments later. Who's our other guy right here? Yeah, we'll do some kind of embellishments. I do think that that's interesting. We'll do something like that on top of and outside of what we're putting in right now. We're gonna have to figure out. We are gonna have to figure out these quote-unquote crenellations. I know that's not what they are. So I can do the back because they float around to the front. And they run all the way down, don't they? All right. Well, I guess we do the sides. Well, yeah, we're gonna do flat sides. I'll do the flat sides, and then we'll hollow out some edges and do some lighting. Those matching? Yeah, those are matching. Okay. Good night, Lena. Let's delete the low-hanging fruit here. Heated Scotch subscribed with Prime. Thank you for your Bezos bucks, sir. 12 months. You've been subscribed for 12 months. Thank you, man. That's definitely tall enough. What did I do here? I did a border. Sure, we'll do some kind of light, but I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole of aesthetics. Go and do the other side. Let's do this. But yeah, I worked for myself for many, many years before I got that job, and I really, really do miss working for myself. But if I have to work anywhere, I wouldn't work anywhere even for more pay than what I'm doing now. The work, even though it's like, what's a good analogy? Satisfactory is actually a great analogy. Why don't I play more games like shooter, for example, or a MOBA, or a game that it is where the content is contained and limited. Why do I like MMOs? Why do I like factory builders? Okay, why do I like those games? Why am I not playing Megabonk anymore? Why did I not complete all of the objectives in Megabonk before I quit? I got bored. I got horrifyingly bored. Okay, I cracked the code. In my mind, whether I did it or not doesn't matter. I no longer felt the excitement, right, or the challenge of those games. Okay, I don't have 3,000 hours in Megabonk. Okay, I have it in this game. I have, 15,000 or whatever it is in Guild Wars 2. I had 2,000 in New World. God knows how many hours I had in Star Wars Galaxies and World of Warcraft, right? So, because they can keep me engaged for longer. The job I have now is like Satisfactory. It is so much better than a job like Megabonk would be, where the content is, more limited. But I still got bored with Satisfactory, guys. I still did. right? And I'm not, and that's not a shot at Satisfactory. I love Satisfactory. I think it's a great game. I love my job. I think I have a great job. But I still get bored. I still get bored. And it's hard for me as a person, and this is a failing, to do my best, to live my best self when I'm bored. It is really tough. Right? Now, if something's interesting to me, I'm awesome. I do great. Right? Now, that's why things like doing the presentation that I had this week, and you know, there is you know, there's something to be said for the fact that I am so busy. That helps me from getting bored, the stress of being too busy, right? My boss is no dummy. But having said that, would I like to one day get back to, so if I have to have a job, I'm glad it's that job. Would I like to be able to go do other things with my life if the paycheck didn't require it? Just like everybody else that's listening to me, I'm sure that's the case, right? We're all there in our own way, you know, unless you're retired, which means you know, in some ways at least, you've accomplished that. You know who you are. So, all that to say that just because I say that I'm, you know, I think both things can be true at the same time. I can like my job, I can think it's a good job, but I can also want to not do it anymore. Or at least not do it forever. And it's nice, like I said, going to that convention and getting reminded of the kind of context that what I do is pretty unique and pretty important. You know, not to everybody, but like most jobs, it mostly goes unseen, and to at least a normal person. But you know how it matters, right? You know how your job matters. So that part's cool. And going to that kind of convention helps remind me of that. Sometimes you lose you lose kind of focus, right? When you're just sitting in your room, working from home, busting out one report after another as fast as you can. Hey, Surplus, how's it going? First time chatter, Hiding Mira. Hi. I saw a lot of really impressive YouTube shorts of you. I was wondering if you could give me a tip. I need 28.8 water per minute for my power plant. Should I use 240 normal water extractors or 96 overclocked? Oh, 28,800. But waste almost 300 slugs. So I don't overclock for two reasons. So, okay, that's not true. I don't design my initial design work with overclocking in mind. Okay? Because you're going to make, if you build into it, that's reason number one. There's another reason, which I'll get to in a second. If overclocking is built into the design work, then you have less options when things don't turn out exactly perfect. Okay? If you build your design with 100% rather than 250% in mind, then if you run into a little problem like, ooh, I kind of ran out of space for some of these, okay, now you can overclock, right? Or if, you know, maybe you overclock one of them at 50% to finish filling a pipe or something, right? But if you build in maximal overclocking into your initial design, there's very little breathing space left over. Korthal, with that, I got to get to bed. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Catch you next time. All right, Korthal, have a good night. I see it, King Elijah. This is beautiful. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. We're working on the next factory over here, Arasaka Tower. We're making progress. So that's reason number one. And I don't, Surplus Lover's taking a harder line in his answer. The only thing you should overclock are power generators. I don't think that's true, but I don't think that you should initially plan on the overclocking. You can overclock whatever the hell you want. You can do whatever you want in the game. You just have to be aware of the consequences. And another consequence is, because what does overclocking actually save you? It saves you space, but we have space aplenty in most instances in Satisfactory. So for the most part, you don't need to rely on overclocking. In addition, overclocking eats up a ton of power, plus there's the slugs themselves. Now, if you're in phase 5 and you can make as many power shards as you want, whatever, go ham. You know, hopefully you are slooping your slugs. Always sloop your slugs, people. Get the most out of those power slugs. But again, I use power slugs and overclocking to fix specific problems. But again, if they're built into the design, it's not a lot of room. Surplus Silver says another tip, you should always input more fluids than you're using. I disagree with that as well. I think you can, if you need 600, you can do 600. Depends on how you slice it. It's definitely possible to do. Is it, you know, does it require more work? Sure. That's a good, you know, that can be a good rule of thumb, especially if you're new, right? Only make it so that your pipe needs like 550, not the full 600, and then put 600 in the pipe, right? That helps prevent some issues with fluids. But I don't think it's a hard rule necessarily. But fluids are going to be a problem. Everybody has their own rules and methods, and they're all valid. Man, I need some more light. I need some inside light here since we're working here. There we go, a little better. But yeah, just in general, and I would say this with any advice, mine included, there are a million ways to skin cats in Satisfactory, right? Oftentimes you'll hear advice from people that say, you must do it the way that I did it. That's just not true. I can't speak for other people's methods. I can only ever speak, and I try to only ever speak for how I solve problems. But you're going to get a lot of that if you ask questions on like the Satisfactory Discord, you know, like, hey, if I want to, you know, actually what you're going to get is things like, you know, you'll ask the question like, hey, I'm trying to move, you know, items using a truck, but I'm running into problems, you know, and you're asking a problem. And then they don't actually answer your question. They say, you shouldn't be using trucks. And I'm like, well, that wasn't my question, bro. So, you know, because again, there's a million ways to skin the cat in Satisfactory, and you know, my way doesn't have to be your way. But that's why when I try to answer questions, I try to just share how I do them, and not as objective truths necessarily. Trucks are fun. I like the drunk drivers. Yeah, they are fun. I agree. That helps a lot. Then I need to figure out how to run pipes on 240 water pumps. I did a little something like that. What was your number? 28,000? I did. I used to have them memorized. 40,000 water per minute. I did 40,000 water per minute. Let me see if I can find the without spending too much time. Probably be too difficult for me to find the thumbnail. And then I packaged all of it. Battery Factory. Scarif. Here we go. Getting there. Almost there. Is it 33? There it is. This is what I was looking for. So I had all of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 210. Plus I have a bunch that you can't see hidden under it. So that's 210 packagers, or water pumps, plus more. There's probably another, yeah, I can't remember. There was 64, actually there was I do remember 64. There's 64 times 600. Yeah, 38,400. Right? And so what do they do? What is it? Divided by 240? Or 120? 300. I have 320 packagers. So these 64 Mark II pipes, all pumping. No, it's Mark II. It's 600. So 600 divided by 120. It's 5. It's 5 per pipe. And then I packaged it all. And then I shipped it all via train. And then I shipped back all of the empty canisters and repackaged them all. And I got it working. It's like 99% efficient. Yeah, there's stacks right here. I think it's well, 30 divided by 5 is 6. There's 3 stacked in 2 columns. Because there's 64. Right? So 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 42, plus the other ones that you can't see. Yep. This was one of my Star Wars save, my first save. That's the back end of this. It's running up the backside. And there's a bunch of them there. You can kind of see them. And then I packaged all the oil on the map, all of it. 10,000 was 10,400 or 10,500 packaged oil per minute. That is in my Star Wars save, my Update 8 playthrough. I never really finished that one because 1.0 came out and I started this one. I did not get to finish the Super Star Destroyer build, but there have been rumors. Those rumors are unsubstantiated rumors that a future Satisfactory playthrough may return to the Star Wars theme to finish off the Death Star that was never complete. I did finish the Star Destroyer. But I never got to finish the Death Star. Unsubstantiated rumors. But why would I want to package water? You probably wouldn't want to. That was how I did it, because I had my reasons. I'm not. I did not mean to imply that you should package water. I was just saying that's what I did. I pumped it and then I packaged it for my power plant. I moved it packaged, then unpackaged it, used it. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I would not package water for train use. I don't think it's worth it. I know you can move more. I don't care. I don't think it's worth it. It's too much hassle. Take it from somebody who knows. Just take another train. Just send another train. That's a way easier solution than packaging it. Like that to me, that is I mean, look, you could, like I just finished saying, you could do whatever you want. It's your save. But for me, that is nowhere near enough reason to package water to move it by train. I'm moving all of my fluids by train in this playthrough. I'm not packaging a single thing, and I have 0 issues. Fighting the balance of getting the right amount of empty canisters back is not worth saving one train. The reason that I did it is because I built a giant Super Star Destroyer, the Executor, out over the ocean over there, and I droned all of my water. And oil. So I moved all the oil on the map and 38,500 water per minute packaged. And then the drone brought back the empty canisters. And it worked. Is it absolutely perfect? Probably not. It was pretty close. We got it working pretty well. But there were a lot of things that, I mean, the extra efficiency that 1.0 brought really helped. But guys, I had 8-minute saves. 8 to 12 minute saves. So I did my auto saves once an hour. And we had to stop, and we came up with a bunch of different things to do while the autosave was happening, because the save file was so big. It took 8 minutes to save. Hiding Mira is gifting 1 sub to Constructions Community. Hiding Mira gifted tier 1 sub to My Name Jakes. Yeah, My Name Jakes is pretty cool. Is he here now? I don't know if he's here now. And then packaging it for use in the for the alternate fuel. Yeah, well, and that's what I was using it for. But to be frank with you, my recommendation is to not build a power plant that's big enough that uses that diluted packaged fuel recipe until you hit phase 4, in which you can build the same recipe but in a blender, and then you don't have to package anything. So much easier. And a packaged fuel in tier 3 or in phase 3, it's tough, especially for a newer player. I would personally wait on blenders before building a giant ass rocket plant and a rocket fuel. And definitely use the blender diluted fuel recipe in your rocket fuel plant. But you know, we have power augmenters now. Like, if you're really dying for power, I would rather power augment up and you know, maybe build some temporary turbo fuel plant to kind of, you know, limp yourself along. And then build your big rocket fuel plant with the blender version of the diluted fuel recipe, and just skip packaging water, unless you want to do it for the challenge. Unless you want to do something stupid like fly it in a drone, and I'm not going to tell you not to, but don't come crying to me when it makes you quit the game. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, the packaged diluted fuel. I mean, this one does. This power plant right here. Where is it? You see it? I don't know if I can get high enough to see it. The one that I have on the Gold Coast in this save uses it. There it is. This one uses it because I was in phase 3. It only has Mark IV belts. It's a pain in the ass. Like, it's a real pain in the ass. But I mean, I did this whole thing in like, I don't know, 20 hours. So, because I use blueprints, and it's a turbo fuel, and I took all the oil on the Gold Coast. I made as much into turbo fuel as I could based on the availability of coal and sulfur. and the rest I made into regular fuel. And I got a bunch of plastic, a bunch of rubber, and a bunch of power, and you know, it's a good little factory. But it was overkill. I didn't need to do this. Now the good news is what made it so that I had so much overhead and power that I was able to build this factory and that factory and this factory all before I was running all off of the power being made off of this. Plus my other factories, my other starter factories. Before I needed to build this bad boy, which is my rocket fuel plant. So, you know. Yeah, the saves were pretty gnarly. We had to like do all sorts of like creative stuff in that time. All right, Okie Sooner, have a good night, man. I really hope that those rumors come true. Cyberpunk is okay, but I love your Star Wars designs. Down to your minor house Imperial depots. And the interior of the Senate building with the packagers as representatives was so awesome. Yeah, that did turn out well. I actually have that picture. See if I can find a good one. Yeah, here we go. It'll take long. Yeah, this is in Satisfactory. This is my Imperial Senate building. And then they look like kind of look like smiling frogs. But yeah, those are all packagers. Those are the oil packagers. This package is all the oil on the map. It's not quite done in this picture. I go through and I clean it up more. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, polls, bets, looking up random crap. Yeah, all sorts of stuff. During those times where we're waiting for the autosave. You know, now with the Fix-It cam, if I could get it working, you know, I could do like a flying playthrough. Because the nice thing about the Fix-It cam is that it's lagless. It renders every frame individually using the picture rendering innate in Satisfactory, and it slows the game down in order so that you can take perfect pictures. I could do a ridiculously cool tour of the Star Wars factory, because the biggest problem was getting footage that wasn't laggy. And that was before I had the computer that I have now. All right. Let's do the other side. And then we'll do the front top. And then it'll help us design our rooftop. And then we'll mesh the sides, the top of the sides, into that rooftop. We'll go from there. If I swing my camera fast enough, it takes longer for the squares to be rendered past on my left hand. Look at the left hand there. It shows blue sky on the other side of it. Need to fix our power situation. And can we do some better lighting? From this angle, yeah, that's better. Come on. Hey, Midnight Adrenaline, how's it going? We are making progress on this beast. Kind of getting a lot of bulk work done. There's still quite a bit of, detail, of course. See if I can run myself out of concrete again. Yep. Okay. All right. Very nice. Not the ballistic warp drives. Those were such a pain. Wish you luck with those. Yeah, I mean, the plan is made. Um, it'll be fun, be interesting. Right? I mean, we're feeding in the thermal propulsion rockets from the other factory. Right? So we already need singularity cells. Okay, we just need extra for the ballistic warp, and then a bunch of dark matter crystal. We're already making a bunch of dark matter crystal already, so it's a bit of a scale issue, right? 12 and a half particle accelerators, plus you got to generate all the dark matter residue, but it'll be fine. Recycling, I mean, that's gas, right? The recycling, I'm not worried too much about it. It'll be a fun, different design challenge, right? Which is kind of the point. Just made it. Gotta sit up. Cranking out wall pieces here. It's 4 a.m, Grandma. You win. Let's get rid of that, actually. Get all the pink 50s, Grandma. Come on. Halfway up. Ah, dang it. Okay. Power. So much more to go. At least it builds fast. Come on. Come on, Mr. Concrete. Getting over 1,200 per minute. Well, I remember what I was going to do. I was going to run and grab a store of concrete, and then somebody had a question for me, and I forgot. Let's go run and grab an emergency store of concrete. All right. The switch we need is on. Concrete. All right, just a touch more. Let's actually turn that off. Okay. All right. trying to get this bottom side in. It's a lot easier to do end to end, side to side. Doesn't really want to build until the last one's done when I'm going side to side. Okay. What happened here? What am I doing? Nope. I think when this thing's done, it's gonna look suitably imposing. Suitably. All right, closing in. Power. Okay. Should be able to bust this out really fast now that we have all this extra concrete. All right, power. Come on. There we go. Double click that one. That one too. Okay. Couple more. All right. I'm gonna leave the last one undone because I don't know exactly how we're gonna end the side, and it doesn't go all the way up. See? So I don't know exactly how we're gonna do that yet. So that's a good stopping point for that. But at least we've got the 3 sides in. So hey Madrigal. Good morning to you. So next steps are going to be to measure out and determine all of these stair steps, right? And that one's a straight angle, but that one's a beveled angle. You know, figure all this out. We figure out the stair step, we come up, we go flat, we come back, and then again 45-degree angles most likely. We actually have to chop this off. That's a mistake. Right now I have this going all the way up to the top. That's gonna get chopped, and we need the bevel put on. Right, if you look, that wider part comes all the way up to the top. So, you know, basically have to determine these angles and positions all the way across. You know, and then I can make kind of these sort of outcroppings. And then we'll run those along the back because we'll get the roof height across, and then they'll be run, and we'll get the placement of the vertical walls down along the back to kind of match this pattern. So it's looking good. Mandracool, member for 23 months. Steel. Mandracool, man. 2 years almost. 2 years. Absolutely amazing. What's happening here? Oh, my, interesting. My YouTube views are kind of basically doubled in the last 2 hours. That's kind of cool. YouTube is my YouTube short views. I mean, my views overall basically doubled in the last 2 hours. You never know what YouTube will do. Guys, it's only been 5 hours, but I have had one hell of a week, and I almost didn't even get on today because I was exhausted. I'm glad we did. We got the rest of the front face on, at least the major portions of it. Mandragol, I know you just got here, my man, but I think this is it for me. I'm gonna rest up and I'm gonna work my tour video tomorrow and throughout the week. Not sure if I'm gonna stream on Tuesday and Wednesday yet. I'm probably leaning no. I've got to get these videos done. And that this is kind of the problem I always have. I have to choose between live streams or completing edited videos. So we'll see where it goes. For sure, I will be streaming Friday. Next Friday, we're going to be doing Schedule 1 again. And I will try to get through. Maybe I'll split the difference. Maybe I'll stream like Wednesday, but not Tuesday, something like that. But we are it for tonight. Let's get ourselves a as good a thumbnail as we can here. I think we got to do the front. See what we're working with in terms of light. Probably actually, let's do it from down here. I mean, it goes so far down. It's the best light we can get on this bad boy. Man, lighting this is difficult. What a pain in the buttocks. difficult pictures to take, but let's see how they look. It's not bad. We're definitely going to have to find a way to define these edges a little bit better. I don't know if we're going to do them with lights. Might have to. We'll see. Yeah, the tower is ridiculously huge. That's what she said. All right, boys. I love the detail down here. We'll get more of this detail to break up those huge faces going next stream. All right. Last questions. Let's save. VOD 152. Okay. Twitch, we are going to raid YouTube. If you're still with me, either watching the VOD or watching live, a like on the live stream would be very much appreciated. And let's see if we can find anybody. Do I have a list of mods that I use? Yes, I use 3 mods right now. I've really only been using 2 until recently. SkyUI to change the lighting of the sun, an inventory expander, and basically that's it. An inventory expander. This is MinnoDab, additional 300 inventory slots. SkyUI, which is here. And then Fix It Cam, and that's it. These other ones are like libraries and the mod loader and stuff. That's it. Okay. That's all I use. Sorry, I'm taking off official, but I'm glad you got your question in. Again, let me find somebody to raid. We need English. All right, nobody that I recognize. Looks like we're going to be raiding somebody new. Oh, he just got raided. He's gonna get a double raid. Here we go. All right, guys. Really appreciate it, and I will see you when I see you. Tuesday, Wednesday, maybes. Fridays, for sure. And YouTube, again, like if you can. I will see you soon.